do. Not much. How are you doing?
I can't
Have a
complain.
nice weekend.
Too quick. It's hot. This weekend was hot.
That's true.
Quiet. You guys should be excited. It's like a funeral. Almost. You're not Baja, are you?
Yes.
You're Baja?
I'm famous Baha, not the Baha you know.
No, but you're Baja. How do you say your middle? Is this M?
So the last name is Abu Bakr.
Yes,
First
yes.
name is B-A-H-A.
Yeah, Baja. And then what's the M space SH?
Yeah, the middle names, there are two middle names.
There's two middle names, M and then Sh. Or
Yeah.
okay, let me see your cert. Yeah. How do you pronounce that?
Okay. That's two of them.
Did you spell it out?
Because when I did that, I was like a teenager. Since then, I became famous.
So you want me to say Baja,
Abu Bakr.
Baja Abu Bakr, no M.
No, if you say that, I might be a different person. I'll transform.
All right, inshallah. I'll let you. Thank you. Is that it? All right, good morning. My name is Gil Mullen. I'm an adjudicator at the Kansas City Field Office with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. We're going to start the ceremony shortly. What's going to happen is the judge is going to come in. She's going to say a few words, and then they'll call me up to introduce you. So what I'm going to do when I introduce you is I'm going to say your name. You're going to stand up, and then I'll say the country from which you come from, and then you'll sit back down. So you don't have to say anything. It's all me doing the talking to lessen any confusion. So we're going to practice. I'm going to say, also, if you changed your name, I'm going to be introducing you by your new name. And then please keep in mind, if I mess your name up or mispronounce it, don't worry, you're still going to naturalize. But we'll start with Sharif Ali Mohammed Ali Ragab. And I'll say Egypt, and then you'll have a seat, sir. And then we'll go Rola, Abdul Rahman, Mustafa, Mahmoud. Egypt. And then she'll sit down, then I'll go Harry, Samuel, Jonathan Green. United Kingdom. Then I'll go Martha, Gabriela Ramirez. Mexico. And then you'll have a seat. Everyone understand? Isn't your family doing, are you related to like 3 people doing this? Yeah. How did that happen? Okay. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get you all together. It would have made more sense. Apologize. All right. So, after I introduce everyone, then the court clerk is going to go over the oath of allegiance. And so I'll have you all stand up, raise your right hand, and repeat after him. He says it line by line. You just have to repeat it. If you want to follow it, it's in your pamphlet. You can, if it's easier for you to read, then follow line by line. That's in your pamphlet. After the oath of allegiance is administered, the judge will say a few words to all of you, and then the naturalization ceremony will conclude. A couple things to keep in mind. As far as our agency goes, after today, as naturalized U.S. citizens, you can petition for alien relatives. You can file a Form I-130, which can be found at uscis.gov, and you can bring over your parents, your siblings, brothers and sisters, children, or spouse from overseas. They'll consular process through the State Department in an embassy or consulate in your host country, and then they'll come over here as green card holders or lawfully admitted permanent residents. Another thing to keep in mind after today, as far as our agency goes, if you have individuals in your household that are green card holders that are 18 or younger, they become naturalized U.S. citizens today as well. What you'll have to do, thank you, is file an N-600 with our agency at uscis.gov, and then you'll get a letter in the mail to come to our field office to pick up the certificate of citizenship for your child. But that's only applicable to children in your household that are green card holders under the age of 18. Outside of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, with other agencies, you're going to have to do some things with them. For example, Social Security Administration recognizes all of you today as lawfully admitted permanent residents or green card holders. After the ceremony, you're going to have to go to the Social Security Administration, have them update your information to reflect that you're now U.S. citizens. A lot of you have cards that say authorized Social Security cards that say authorized DHS work only. You're going to have to update that or get a new one so it doesn't have that. With the United States State Department, you're going to have to go through them to get a U.S. passport. There's applications and the paperwork in which we provided you for that. You'll have to go and get some photographs, and I don't know how much it costs, but you'll fill out the application, put your certificate of naturalization in with the paperwork, mail it, then sometime later you'll get your passport and your original certificate of naturalization back. Lastly, Board of Elections, if you want to participate in any local, state, or federal elections, you're going to have to register to vote. You can do that through your local election boards. Does anyone have any questions about any of that information? Yes, sir. I'm sorry? Yeah, I would take your certificate of naturalization as evidence that you naturalized, because you don't have any other evidence. You got a passport today? Oh yeah, yeah. You could wait till you get a U.S. passport before going to the Social Security Administration. Yes, yeah. Any other questions?
The last one's coming through right now.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't think so.
You're eligible. If you're a resident, you're eligible for a driver's license.
Yeah, if you have a driver's license now, I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay,
No.
as long as your address and everything's the same.
All right. want to see any questions. Oh, no, no one's here today because of COVID. Even
Those of you that have cell phones, would you please either turn them off or put them on vibrate or silence so they don't go off during the ceremony?
No, it doesn't. I'm just making. Yeah. Especially if you're in Texas.
Your cert will be ready by 1. By 1 o'clock. At our office.
At our building. Where you did the interview?
Yeah, it'll just come there by 1. Okay, you're welcome.
You want the address? 10320. 10320 Northwest Prairie View Road. Oh. Berkeley. You're welcome.
And my first name is Gugu. Yeah, that's easier, yeah. All rise. The United States District Court for the District of Kansas is now in session. The Honorable Daniel D. Crabtree presiding.
Morning, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome to the United States District Court for the District of Kansas. Our court is convened today in a special proceeding for the purpose of admitting persons to become citizens of the United States, persons who have shown that they desire to become American citizens and through great work and effort have shown themselves qualified for that status. My name is Dan Crabtree. I am a United States District Judge, one of the judges in this judicial district, which covers the District of Kansas, covers the entire state of Kansas. My office is here in the Robert J. Dole United States Courthouse. My regular job consists of presiding in civil and criminal cases that are pending before this court. The favorite part of my job is presiding at naturalization ceremonies like this. On behalf of my fellow judges and the professional staff of our court, I do extend our welcome to you, our prospective new citizens, and those who are joining us across the camera and the great gift of technology. I regret very much that the public health conditions are what they are, and that it's not prudent for you and your family and community of friends and supporters to gather together in one room. When we trying to decide, we suspended naturalization proceedings, as you probably know, for a time because it simply wasn't safe. And when we had to decide whether to continue to postpone them until we could all safely be in one room or go forward, we concluded it was more important for you to get to this finish line as soon as possible. So I regret that people are having to watch on camera. I regret very much I won't get to meet your family and friends, but please know that we are delighted that you are here and that they are here as well. A little history for you. Many things in the world have changed since 1790, and many things in America have changed since 1790, but some things haven't. I thought you would want to know that the path you traveled today to become new citizens is the same path that new citizens have traveled for more than 2 centuries in our country. Our Congress enacted the first naturalization law in 1790, and ever since then, the path to becoming a new United States citizen has always involved a judicial proceeding of some sort. Certainly, today's proceeding is shortened and downsized to account for the pandemic, but thanks to the creative work of the staff of our court, we are able to continue that tradition today. I hope you're willing to indulge me just a few brief reminders about the federal court system. I know you've studied this and you know it probably better than most native-born American citizens, but consider this as the last final refresher class for you on your path to citizenship. So I just want to talk with you about the federal judiciary and emphasize a couple of things. First of all, your new country is one of the few countries in the world with a judicial branch that is wholly independent of the other branches of government. The judges in our federal judiciary are not controlled by a king or a prime minister or a parliament. Now, I'm not telling you that federal judges are free to do whatever they want, nor should they be free to do whatever I want. What I'm telling you is that our judges are duty-bound to follow the Constitution and to apply the laws enacted by the other branches of government, even if they produce, so long as they're faithful with the Constitution, even if they lead to a result that is unpopular or uncomfortable or subject to criticism. At this point, I want to introduce Officer Gil Mullen from the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, and ask you, Officer Mullen, if you will introduce our new citizens, please.
May it please go, Your Honor. Please. Thank you. This morning, I would like to introduce 29 applicants for United States citizenship. These applicants come from 17 different countries. They have met the formal requirements imposed by law for United States citizenship. Upon taking the oath of allegiance, each will have the rights, the privileges, and the responsibilities of United States citizenship. As I call your names, please stand and I will say the country from which you come. Sharif Ali Mohammed Ali Ragab, Egypt. Rola Abdul Rahman Mustafa Mahmoud, Egypt. Harry Samuel Jonathan Green, United Kingdom. Martha Gabriela Ramirez, Mexico. Denis Andreevich Sumarokov, Uzbekistan. Nabiyu Mesfen Bachur, Ethiopia. Harry Chandra Dudraj, Bhutan. Claudia Torres, Mexico. Griselda Albanez de Cifuentes, Guatemala. Taukul Mustafa Kogali Mustafa, Sudan. Arpitha Gangi, India. Prem Kumar Goptalan Thimakondu, India. Geraldo Omar Peña Estrada, Mexico. Amelbia Peláez Sanchez, Colombia. Daniela Aguilar Ochoa, Mexico. Dion Allen Botha, South Africa. Hernan Walter Gutierrez, Argentina. Kasiviswanadham Mahendrada, India. Mario Eduardo Lopez Belcazar, Mexico. Joyce del Carmen Rainey, Panama. Beza Gebrimaskel Hartimerium, Ethiopia. Nancy Ann Heather Strano, Canada. Srinivasa Reddy Oruganti, India. Lamis Rafat Maud Ali, Jordan. Baha Abu Bakr, Jordan. Mariana Yordanova Mortova, Bulgaria. Consuelo Orozco, Mexico. Adama Jangjalo, The Gambia. Maria Elena Rollins, Mexico. And this, Your Honor, is our class of applicants for this morning. At this time, the government moves that the oath of allegiance be administered to the prospective citizens of the United States and that all petitions for change of name be granted.
Thank you, Officer Mullen. Your motion, of course, is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this point, I do want to call on the Deputy Clerk Jeffrey Hokanson from our court. You're almost there. You have one more step to take. That is the oath of allegiance. And Deputy Clerk, I'll ask you to please to administer that oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like to ask everyone who's able to please stand. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Thank you.
Please be seated. Congratulations. I can't see your smiles, but I know they're there. I can feel them. It's an amazing moment. It's a great honor for me to address you for the first time in this fashion, my fellow citizens. I salute you wholeheartedly for what you have done. You have this court's great admiration. I simply couldn't be any happier for what you have done and what you have done to get to this moment. Our country has always needed new citizens, but if you have paid any attention to the newspapers or the television news or the internet news over the last few months, you know we need you now more than ever. We need your new ideas. We need your devotion to our national purpose and our shared values. We need your resilience and your grit. We need your gratitude, and we need your example. I'm not going to talk long this morning because this day is about you and recognizing you and getting you to that finish line. I'll simply quote for you my favorite passage from the Declaration of Independence. I know it's a document that you studied on your path to citizenship, but there's a particular passage in it that is my favorite, and here's what it says. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. When our ancestors gathered to sign that declaration in the summer of 1776, that is what they pledged to one another at great risk. Make no mistake about it, that's what's happened here in this room this morning. You and I and all your new fellow citizens have pledged to one another your lives, your fortune, and your honor. As we close this ceremony, I leave you with my promise that I'll do my very best to fulfill that pledge to you, and I ask nothing less from all of you. I very much regret that I'm not able to greet you personally and meet your family and friend and community of supporters. It's an amazing passage in our existence. Today in this room, people from 5 different continents gathered and became American citizens, and I'd love to meet you, to hear your stories, and to meet the people who helped you along your way. But please know that I know that those great American stories are there for you. I simply couldn't be any happier for you. My heart sings for all of you. One last piece of business. On your chair when you came into this room this morning, you should have seen, or you probably are holding, a package of information about how an American citizen registers to vote in our public elections. I commend those materials to you. I commend registration to you, and I commend voting every opportunity you get to you. It is one of the great privileges of becoming what you are now, an American citizen. In fact, our Supreme Court has referred to that right to vote as really the mother of all other rights of citizens, because it chooses who will represent us in our Congress, in our state legislatures, in our city governments. And so I encourage you to exercise that right and that privilege whenever you are able. Again, I leave you with my congratulations and best wishes. I couldn't be any happier for you. I'll now close this special session of court. We are in recess.
All rise. Thank you. The court stands in recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to offer you my personal congratulations to the chief today. Look around your area, make sure you
money order, but the instructions are in there. You can mail that with your application. Access into your certificate. Good luck.
Go, Linda, go.
Different department.
I just didn't know if you got it.
You always call, I'm sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's
Yes, because this is that's your evidence. Thank you.
Good job.
No, you can take, take that, the original. We're not here, right? It's saying everything's normal. Here, they would want to see that before you register, before you. It takes a while too. So I don't blame you. Okay, thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't watch it. You didn't get to watch it.
the witness boxes have been modified at some point. Built them, originally they didn't have wheels. I can see where they added a band around and put it.
I have a feeling that's what happened.
Yeah.
That was the project.
The trim, when they put it on, they use finish nails. Learned to take my cutters and trim them all off. Otherwise, I'd miss one and rip my hand open.
You guys all set and then head back out? Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks a lot. Wait,
wall. So I got this space, now you go over there and walk 18.
or do you want to walk it? Because you use your feet.
You two are interns? We are. Ah, you don't have to call me sir. I work for a living. So what are you doing? So what are you doing? As interns? Huh?
Whatever we're asked to do.
Oh, that's a good answer. That's a good answer. Making lots of copies?
There you go.
Alright. So have you graduated?
No, we're in the midst of our program.
Ah, where at?
I go to Washburn.
Where? Georgetown in DC? It's probably burned to the ground. Are you sure that they still have a campus now? Oh, that's good. You what? Oh wow. So you'd like taking classes online? Oh, so you're law students. Ah, don't go into immigration law. I'm just saying. while we're waiting, if you could please look over your certificate of naturalizations and make sure all the information's correct. There's no misspellings, there's no errors. Let me know if there is, and we'll ensure to correct it.
Any of the open seats? Open seats. Open seats back over there. Hello. Open seats back.
We're going to start the ceremony shortly. In the meantime, please check your certificates. Make sure all the information is correct. There's no errors, misspellings. Let me know if there is.
leave their keys in the men's restroom?
2 people raise their hands.
Raise your hand.
That's a finder's fee.
Well, the guards found them. I just,
Ah, curse.
oh, did you?
There's a 100%. Morning.
Those of you that receive it, if you happen to have cellular phones with you, would you please either shut them off or put them on silent so that they will not.
We're waiting for one. Is everyone excited? So quiet in here. Good morning. My name is Gil Mullen. I'm an adjudicator at the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services at the Kansas City Field Office. Shortly, we'll begin ceremony. What's going to happen is the judge is going to come out here, say a few words, and he's going to introduce me. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to introduce all of you. So what I'm going to do is say your name. You're going to stand up. I'll say the country from which you come from, and then you'll sit back down. If you changed your name, I will be calling you by your new name. And please keep in mind, if I mispronounce your name or say your name wrong, don't worry, you're still going to naturalize today. What we're going to do is we're going to practice. So I'll start off by saying Jonathan Mark Green, United Kingdom. After I say that, have a seat. Thomas Charles Harold Green, United Kingdom. Sarah Bridger Green, United Kingdom. Raghuram Mailavarapu, How you say your last name, sir? Yeah, that's tough. Thank you. 100%, huh? All right. I'll try to get that right. If I don't, India, and then you'll have a seat, sir. Hugh John Williams, United Kingdom. Herman Iswanto, Indonesia. So everyone get the idea? Okay. So after I introduce everyone, the judge is going to have the court clerk administer the oath of allegiance. So have you all stand up, raise your right hand, and then you'll say the oath of allegiance. Now the court clerk will be saying it line by line. However, in your program, it is all the words for it if you want to follow it that way. After the oath of allegiance has been administered, the judge will say a few words, and then they'll conclude the ceremony. After the ceremony, everyone, all 30 of you, will be new U.S. citizens. As far as dealing with our agency, United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, some of the things that you can do with our agency after today, after the ceremony, is you can petition for alien relatives. You can file a form I-130, petition of alien relative, and bring over your parents, siblings, brothers and sisters, children, and spouses that are overseas. You can bring them over, they'll counsel the process, and come here as lawfully admitted permanent residents or green card holders. Another thing to keep in mind is if you have children in your household today that are under the age of 18 and are green card holders or lawfully admitted permanent residents, after today they are naturalized U.S. citizens. What you're going to have to do, though, is file an N-600 with our agency. It can be found at www.uscis.gov. You'll fill out the N-600, complete it following per the instructions. You'll get a letter in the mail telling you to come to our field office in order to pick up your certificate of citizenship for your child. Have the child come as well. If they're of a certain age, they'll be expected to say the oath of allegiance. Outside of dealing with USCIS, some things in which you'll need to do after today is contact the Social Security Administration and update your information with them. As of right now, the Social Security Administration recognizes you as a lawfully admitted permanent resident or a green card holder. You're going to want to update your information to reflect that you're U.S. citizens now. They'll need to see original certificate of naturalization, or if you want to wait down the road to do that, order a passport in the meantime, and then bring in a passport to show that you're U.S. citizens. Also, a lot of you have cards that say DHS work authorized on your social. You might want to change your social security card to take that off. With the Department of State, you're going to obtain your U.S. passport. In your paperwork, there's an application. You'll need to send in your original certificate of naturalization along with the application, and when you get your passport, they'll return your original certificate of naturalization. Lastly, there's information on your chairs for registering to vote. So if you want to participate in local, state, or federal elections, you're going to have to register to vote with your local election board. Does anyone have any questions about any of that information? Yeah, everyone hear me? It's a little muffled. All right. Congratulations, all of you. Oh, no, not yet. I mean, he's over there.
Okay. Oh, he's good. That's what I.
Oh, yeah, he did.
United States District Court for the District of Kansas is now in session. The Honorable Daniel D. Crabtree presiding.
Morning, please be seated. Good morning and welcome to the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, where our court is convened today in a special session for the purpose of conducting naturalization proceedings for those persons who desire to become new citizens of the United States and who have, after great effort and commitment, shown themselves qualified for that status. My name is Dan Crabtree. I am a United States District Judge. I am one of the judges in this court. I was appointed to this job by President Obama in May of 2014. My office is here in the Robert J. Dole United States Courthouse. My regular daily job is to preside over civil and criminal cases, but the favorite part of my job is getting to be present for ceremonies like this, where people, after they have followed the laws and have studied hard and remained steadfast in their commitment, have made it to this point. On behalf of my fellow judges in this court and the professional staff from our court, I welcome you to this courthouse and to this proceeding. I also welcome those who are joining us by camera and by the miracle of technology. I regret very much that the public health conditions in the country and in the world today prevent us from all being in one room together with your family and friends sitting nearby to experience this in the same physical space. But we knew that you had worked hard and waited long for this day, and we simply weren't willing to ask you to wait longer so that the public health could improve and we could proceed as we normally do in our ceremonial courtroom. Just a little history for you. A lot has changed in the world since 1790, but some things haven't changed. And I thought you might be interested to know that the path that today's new citizens have traveled is the same path that prospective citizens have followed for more than 2 centuries. Our Congress passed the first naturalization law in 1790, and ever since then, the path to becoming a new citizen of the United States has always involved a judicial proceeding of some sort. Certainly, today's proceeding is abbreviated and it's downsized to account for the dangers of a pandemic, but thanks to the creative work of Ms. Leininger and other members of the court's professional staff, we are able to replicate that tradition in today's setting. In a real sense, the process that you have followed to arrive at this point really took you through all 3 branches of government, whether you really thought about it or not. But it started with the Article 1 work, where Congress passed that law that allowed people who hadn't been born in the United States to become citizens of the United States. It continued with Officer Mullen's work in the executive branch of government, where the office where he works was able to verify and make sure that you had done the things that Congress had decided must be done before a person could become a new citizen. And the road ends here today with the federal judiciary and its role as an Article 3 institution designed to make sure to make that final determination that indeed you have done what Congress mandated and you are qualified to earn that status as a new citizen and make that final and binding decision. I hope you'll just indulge me a few final observations about the role that the federal judiciary plays under Article 3 of our constitutional system. Given all the work you've done and all that you've learned, you may know this better than most native-born citizens, but just in case, this is kind of a final, last-second reminder about the work that the 3rd branch of government performs. Your new country is one of the few countries in the world with a judicial branch that is completely independent of the other branches of government. The judges in our federal judiciary are not controlled by a king or a parliament or a prime minister. Now, I am not telling you that federal judges are or should be able to do whatever they want. Indeed, they're not. Instead, what I'm telling you is that the judges in the third branch of government are duty-bound to follow the Constitution and the laws that are enacted by the other two branches of government, so long as they are faithful to our constitutional principles. This duty means that federal judges must follow the law and apply it wherever it takes the result in a case, even if it is a result that is unpopular or uncomfortable or subject to public criticism. So that's a final reminder about the role that the third branch of your new government plays in our constitutional design. I now want to introduce Officer Gil Mullen. Officer Mullen is an officer with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, and I ask Officer Mullen if he will present our new citizens. Please. Thank you.
This morning, I would like to introduce 30 applicants for United States citizenship. These applicants come from 15 different countries. They have met the formal requirements imposed by law for United States citizenship. Upon taking the oath of allegiance, each will have the rights, the privileges, and the responsibilities of United States citizenship. As I call your names, please stand and I will say the country from which you come from. Jonathan Mark Green, United Kingdom. Thomas Charles Harold Green, United Kingdom. Sarah Bridger Green, United Kingdom. Raghuram Mailava Rapu, India. Hugh John Williams, United Kingdom. Herman Iswanto, Indonesia. Cindy Faith Muthoni, Kenya. Singh Gurjat, Germany. Yamina Agun, Algeria. Murad Larbi Sharif, Algeria. Alejandrina Trejo Guillen, Mexico. Alma Patricia Saavedra, Mexico. Sanyogita Devi Banhote, India. Maria Alejandra Aguilar Ochoa, Mexico. Nagavali Mailava Rapu, India. Yaswanth Mailava Rampu, India. Laura Teresa Velasquez Escarcega, Mexico. Khalid Amrar, Morocco. Iris da Silva Canedo, Brazil. Jose Ruben Huitzil Guerra, Mexico. Marina Viktorovna Begushkina, Russia. Drifa Mokhtari, Algeria. Stephanie Gabriela Del Cid Almazan, Guatemala. Manita Thulung Ray, Bhutan. Jesus Ernesto Jimenez Chavez, Mexico. Reta Tadesi Abete, Ethiopia. Ibenvaldo Casas Resendez, Mexico. Kevin Adonis St. Patrick Stewart, Jamaica. Sadiq Mesauddeni, Algeria. Ine Mu, Thailand. And this, Your Honor, is our class of applicants for this morning. At this time, the government moves that the oath of allegiance be administered to the prospective citizens of the United States and that all petitions for change of name be granted.
Thank you, Officer Mullen. Of course, your motion is granted. All right, we're this close. There's one more thing, of course, to do before you will have completed your passage to citizenship. And so at this time, I call on the district court clerk, or I'm sorry, the deputy clerk. I gave him a promotion right there. The deputy clerk, Jeff Hokinson, to administer the oath of allegiance. Please.
I would ask that you stand as you're able. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Thank you and congratulations.
Please be seated. This is a pretty amazing moment. 15 countries, I counted, I think I got it right, 6 continents, all at the same time and place becoming new citizens of the United States. It's my great privilege to be the first person to refer to you this way. Fellow citizens, congratulations. On behalf of all the judges and professional staff of our court, we salute you wholeheartedly and with our great admiration. We couldn't be any happier for you. I know this is the place in your program where it says remarks by the court. They'll be very brief. I'll say to you simply this: America has always needed new citizens. If you've paid attention over the last few months, we need them now more than ever. We need your new ideas, your devotion to our national values and our shared purpose. We need your resilience, your determination, your gratefulness, and we need your example. I'll close with just a reference to my favorite passage in the Declaration of Independence, one of our founding documents, a document that I know you studied. Here's the passage. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. When our ancestors signed that declaration in July of 1776, that's what they did to one another. They pledged those things to each other. And make no mistake, that's what happened here in this room this morning. You and I and all your new fellow citizens have pledged to one another our lives, our fortunes, and our honor. I close my remarks by simply leaving this promise with you. I promise to do my very best to fulfill my promise to you, and I ask nothing less of all of you. I regret very much that there was ever a virus we all had to learn about really, really quickly. I regret it for a lot of reasons, but today I regret it because it keeps me from meeting each of you individually, shaking your hand, meeting your family and friends and the people who have helped you get to this point. I can't see your smile because of your mask, but I know they're there. I can feel them. And I simply want you to know how pleased and happy I am for you. My heart sings for all of you and the vast opportunity that awaits you here in your new country. A last piece of business before we close. You found, I think, on your chairs when you came into the room this morning, a package of information about how to register to vote. This is one of the most important privileges that a citizen has in the United States. The Supreme Court of the United States once referred to the right to vote as really the mother of all other rights, because it chooses the people that will make the decisions that govern us. I encourage you, I commend to you that material. I hope you will register, and I will hope you will exercise that right whenever you are given a chance. Congratulations, best wishes to all you. Thanks for all that you have done, and thanks for all that you will do. We're now in recess. Thank you.
All right. The court stands in recess. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me offer my thank you for what you've accomplished today. Look around your area, all the belongings you can.
Congratulations, everyone.
You're welcome, sir. Congratulations. What did you think? Good. Yeah, cool. Interesting. Oh yeah. Morning. Morning. As we're waiting, if you haven't already done so, please look over your certificates and make sure all the information is correct. There's no misspellings, wrong information, errors. Morning. What'd you do?
Skateboarding.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How recent?
Huh?
How recent?
Skateboarding?
No, how recent?
Oh, yeah. Saturday night.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ouch. That's a long recovery, too.
Yeah.
Eat or die is what they say. Really? How'd you manage to mess yours up? Basketball? Ah, yeah, but it did, yeah. It used to be. I remember it was like. Does it hurt?
When I put weight on it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like okay this way, but that way.
Yeah. How are you? No, luckily it's not too severe, but if I put weight on it, my knee just buckles, and that's when it hurts.
Oof. Good morning. While we're waiting for everyone to show up, please review your certificate of naturalization. Make sure that all the information is correct. There's no spelling mistakes, no errors. If there is, let me know.
Those of you that might have cell phones, would you please either silence them or shut them off during the ceremony so they don't go off?
Waiting for a few more people. lost? Good morning. My name is Gil Mullen. I'm an adjudicator with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, the Kansas City Field Office. We're going to begin the naturalization ceremony shortly. What's going to happen is the judge is going to come up here and he's going to say a few words, then he's going to introduce me. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to introduce all of you. So if you change your name, I'll be calling you by your new name. Also, if I mispronounce or say your name wrong, don't worry, you're still going to naturalize. To practice, we'll start off. I'm going to say your name. You're going to stand up. I'm going to say the country from which you come from, and then you're going to sit back down. You don't have to say anything, and please don't. I'll introduce you and say your country, and then you'll have a seat. To practice, we'll start. Roberto Alejandro Pietro Giovanna Leon. You're going to stand up. I'm going to say Mexico. You're going to have a seat. Vung Kaiza Taumging. I'll say Burma. Then you have a seat. Sana Haj Ali, Pakistan. Abdulkader Driza. Aisha Ali, Pakistan. Sana Haj Ali, Algeria. Abdul Qadir Driza, Algeria. Everyone get the idea? Okay. So for you, if you want to stand up, feel free. If you want to not stand up, just like raise your hand, please. And then that way I can recognize instead of like, all right, you know. Whatever is easier. And the same for the so after everyone gets introduced, the court clerk is gonna administer the oath of allegiance. He's gonna have all of you stand up, raise your right hand, and repeat after him. He's gonna say it line by line. However, in the pamphlet in which you're given, it has the words if you want to follow it. And then, after the oath of allegiance is administered, the judge will say a few words and then they'll conclude the ceremony. So some things to keep in mind after the ceremony is that you're going to be all naturalized U.S. citizens. So with our agency of USCIS, some things to be aware of that you can do now that you're United States citizens is you can petition for alien relatives. You can file a Form I-130, Petition of Alien Relative, that can be found at our website, uscis.gov. And you can petition for your parents, your siblings, brothers and sisters, your children, and your spouse. So these are individuals that are overseas that you filed a petition for, and through the consular processing with the Department of State, they enter the United States as lawfully admitted permanent residents or green card holders, okay? Another thing to keep in mind is if you have children in your household that are under 18 that are green card holders, after today, they're naturalized U.S. citizens. What you'll have to do, though, is file an Form N600. They can also be found at uscis.gov. You'll file that N600, follow the instructions to mail it in. What will happen is you'll get a letter at home that'll tell you the day and time to come to our field office in order to pick up your certificate of citizenship for your child. Bring your child with you in case they're of a certain age, they'll need to take the oath of allegiance. Outside of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, you're going to have to contact the Social Security Administration and update your information with them. Right now, they know of you as a lawfully admitted permanent resident. You want to change your information with them to reflect that you're U.S. citizens. A lot of you have Social Security cards that say DHS work authorized only. You're going to want to change that so it doesn't say that. With the United States Department of State, you're going to want to obtain a U.S. passport. You're free to leave the country, but if you want to come back, you're going to need a passport, especially since we took your green card. There's applications with your paperwork for U.S. passports. Just follow the instructions. You'll have to mail in your original certificate of naturalization along with the application, and probably like 2 photos and some type of fee. But they'll send you the passport, the U.S. passport, along with your original certificate of naturalization in the mail. They'll return them. Let's see. And then if you want to participate in local, state, or federal elections after today, you're going to have to register to vote. He's here? He made it? All right. Thank you much. Too easy. Does anyone have any questions about any of that information? All right. Congratulations, all of you.
All rise. The United States District Court for the District of Kansas is now in session. The Honorable John W. Lundstrom presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. And I'm going to remove my mask. Simply, it's a little easier for me to speak with that off, but I will keep my distance and make sure that we're all safe and sound. Good morning. The court is convened today in special session to conduct naturalization proceedings for those persons who desire to become and have shown themselves to be qualified to become new citizens of the United States. My name is John Lundstrom. I'm one of the judges of the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, and I sit here in Kansas City. Welcome to those of you who are here and those of you who are watching the live stream of this proceeding. We all regret that under current circumstances, it isn't prudent for us to all be gathered together in a big courtroom someplace with friends and family and so on and so forth for this important occasion. It is a very strange and disquieting time in which we are living, but the importance of this moment is in no way diminished. You may be interested to know that the new citizens today follow very much the same road to citizenship which has been taken by those who have come before them for more than 2 centuries. Since 1790, when the first naturalization law was passed by Congress, there has always been some sort of judicial proceeding as a part of the naturalization process. The court is delighted to take part and help make this a very special event in your lives, even though we have had to eliminate some of the ceremony that usually goes along with these proceedings. And on a personal note, I would say that participating in a naturalization proceeding is absolutely the best thing I get to do as a judge. All of you want to be here today, and all of you will go away happy. A lot of times when I have people in my courtroom, some of them don't want to be there. And usually at least half of them aren't very happy when it's all over because somebody prevails, somebody wins, somebody loses. We all win today. So that's a wonderful, happy occasion for me to get to participate in. I also want to talk for just a moment about the federal judiciary. The United States is one of the few countries in the world that has a judicial branch that is independent of the rest of the government. Our judges are bound to follow the law and their own consciences, but are not controlled by a king, a president, or a parliament. Once a federal judge is appointed and confirmed, he or she is a part of a separate branch of the government established by Article 3 of the Constitution, which I'm sure you are well aware because I suspect you know more about the Constitution than most folks do, having gone through all you've had to go through to get to where you are today. This does not mean that judges should be arrogant or set themselves up as petty tyrants. The checks and balances of our constitutional system guard against that. Judges are accountable, but they do not and should not decide cases for personal gain or to win favor or to follow the orders of the party or person who appointed them. In this respect, our judicial system is the envy of the world. I am proud and humbled to be a part of that system under the Constitution which created it. Becoming new citizens today, I hope that you will reflect on the importance of the Constitution's establishment of an independent judiciary yourselves and decide that that is a source of pride for you too. Well, now let's turn to the really important part of today's business, and that is getting you all sworn in. For that purpose, I'm going to recognize the naturalization examiner, Mr. Gil Mullen, for the purpose of introducing our new citizens. Mr. Mullen?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. This morning, I would like to introduce 29 applicants for United States citizenship. These applicants come from 16 different countries. They have met the formal requirements imposed by law for United States citizenship. Upon taking the oath of allegiance, each will have the rights, the privileges, and the responsibilities of United States citizenship. As I call your names, please stand and I'll say the country from which you come from. Roberto Alejandro Pietro Giovanna Leon, Mexico. Vung Kiaiza Tamging, Burma. Aisha Ali, Pakistan. Sanya Haj Ali, Algeria. Abulkader Driza, Algeria. Ruth Dominguez, Honduras. Delmi Ventura, El Salvador. Nusret Tegun Ozakinti, Turkey. Charlotte Georgina Hernandez Moreno, Mexico. Ricardo Gamboa, Mexico. Lal Rin Tlungi, Burma. Mayank Gupta, India. Luis Geraldo Palos, Mexico. Mahua Ray, India. Ten Lian Theng, Burma. Gitta Joybanpur, Iran. Shahab Tirandazian, Iran. Amani Samir Sadek, Egypt. Fadi Fakhri Sadek Metri, Egypt. Peter Sinzu Zhang, China. Olivia Polanco, Mexico. Francis Nditru Kenyaru, Kenya. Mektes Kasahon Asamenu, Ethiopia. Danielle Feng Chen Chiang, China. Zawidi Sinesha Asegu, Ethiopia. Kenneth Chi Chen Tang, Malaysia. Lina Marcela Cabrera, Colombia. Yin Hang Lin, China. Ven Thi Phan, Vietnam. And this, Your Honor, is our class of applicants for this morning. At this time, the government moves that the oath of allegiance be administered to the prospective citizens of the United States, and that all petitions for change of name be granted.
Thank you. That motion should be and hereby is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And now I'd like to recognize Mr. Jeff Hokanson, Deputy Clerk of the Court of the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, for the purpose of administering the oath. Mr. Hokanson?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd ask if you would stand as you're able. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Thank you.
May be seated. And now may I be the first to congratulate you as new citizens of these United States. Give yourself a round of applause. In taking the oath which you have just taken, I'm sure you are aware of the many freedoms and rights those who first established this country, as well as those who have come after them, wanted so desperately when they came to America. In fact, these were summed up in the Declaration of Independence and became the framework of the Constitution and its first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. Because you have shown that you agree with the principles expressed in the Constitution, and you have pledged your oath to support and defend that great instrument, we are honored to bestow on you the same privileges as native-born Americans. I'm always awed by the fact that people have come from all over the world with your own histories, your own backgrounds, your stories, and have decided that what you want to do is become a citizen of this country, a country into which, through no act of my own, I was born into. But you all are choosing to become citizens of this country. And I am just so appreciative of that. And I'm so humbled by the fact that you all have gone through the effort that you have gone through to take this huge step. And I'm very proud to be involved with this. I hope you're aware that your predecessors also brought their talents and energy, just as you have. Through dedication and adherence to the same obligations and responsibilities that's expressed in the oath of allegiance you have taken, they molded this country into a land of freedom and liberty. May your new status as citizens bring you the joy and happiness it has brought those who have taken this momentous step before you. Always remember, of course, that with these rights and privileges now bestowed upon you as citizens will go responsibilities, which all of us trust you will accept and discharge with courage and fidelity to what is now our country, the United States of America. You join the citizens of this country, and through our combined efforts, I trust we will make it an even better place in which to live. We talk about these principles expressed in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. We talk about those goals and those aspirations and those things by which this country takes pride in its guiding and most fundamental attributes. But those take work to bring to life. They take a citizenry that's committed to having those be alive. And that's extremely important for all of us to engage in, to make sure that this country lives up to the ideals which are expressed in our foundation documents. We salute you and we wish you well. One final word. I understand that you all have been provided information about registering to vote, and I would urge you to take the time and trouble to register, and even more so, to actually vote when the time comes. Voting and serving on a jury, and I do hope someday maybe I'll see some of you on a jury in my courtroom, but voting and being on a jury are the two most probably active ways in which a person uses their citizenship and participates as a citizen of the country. So please take the time and trouble to do that. And in the meantime, again, please enjoy this day, take pride in it. Thank you again for taking this step, and court is now adjourned.
All rise. Thank you. The court stands in recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me personally thank you, congratulate you on your accomplishments today. Look around your area, make sure you have all the papers. And with you, we will be.
Thanks, everyone. Congratulations.
I think there is information on some. I can just go online. Okay, congratulations. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes. Got locked out over there. You did? Yeah. Moving outside? Yeah, and it says access granted, like the door is opening, but it's not opening. Maybe they know something you don't know. Yeah. Somebody just said that I checked for my pink slip. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good.
How are you? Did you have a good weekend?
Going so fast.
I know it does.
Yes.
Right, Chauncey.
Last one or
This
one
is
more?
it. This is it.
Okay.
Until July.
July. Okay.
Yeah. We're not having one in June.
Well, that's June.
We're not, okay, we're not having an additional one. Actually, we may not have one.
Okay. Okay.
The next one may be August.
Will it be set up like this or?
That's a good question.
I think our x-ray machine shut.
Yes.
No?
Catch them outside. Yeah.
Like the lady said to me, "Both is the same."
Exactly.
I really have a feeling that this
Nice, got the door right there to exit and not all through the building. Yes.
until the first of the year, I think everyone's gonna be extra.
Right, exactly.
Then we'll be back down to the regular flow.
Okay, perfect.
Not sure, like,
Yeah, I think that was just an intro.
Next one, Kim.
No, I want to say, JP 3 is August.
March, that's right.
It's June.
No, but no, I was slated. I was slated for JC's.
Or whatever you're doing right now.
And then it gets finally considered. So we just. That one I can actually stand on.
Oh, what? There.
I get that rotate every single time.
I'm going to show. While we're waiting, if you could please review the information on your certificate of naturalization to ensure that the information is correct. There's no misspellings or errors.
Open seat. Open seat.
Morning, or afternoon. Almost afternoon. While you're sitting here, please look over your certificate of naturalization and ensure that all the information is correct. There's no misspellings, other errors. Let me know if there is. We'll try to fix that. You from Algeria? Huh? Algeria. There's a lot of Algerians here. Or today. Or right now, but earlier. You know him? What's the allure? What's the allure? Kansas City. There's a lot. You from Tijuiji? You from Tijuiji? Yeah. How you say it? Tijuiji? Tijuizu? Yeah. You speak Berber? Yeah. Are you speaking Berber to him or Arabic? Ah, interesting. Everyone here excited? Yeah. Me too. So we're going to start in a few minutes. We're waiting for one and the judge. My name is Gil Mullen. I'm an adjudicator at the Kansas City Field Office with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Shortly, we'll start. When we start, the judge will come in, say a few words, then he'll introduce me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stand up here, and what I'm going to say all of your names. If you requested a new name, I will be calling you by your new name. Also, please keep in mind, if I mispronounce your name or say it really wrong, don't worry, you'll still naturalize today. So what I'm going to do is I'll call your name, you're going to stand up, I'll say the country from which you come from, and then you'll sit back down. You don't have to say anything, you just stand up and then sit down. So we're going to practice. So I'll go Yi Cheyenne Yong. You're going to stand up, I'm going to say Malaysia. After I say Malaysia, you're going to sit back down. Then I'll go Batelem Zudu Bariha. You're going to stand up, I'll say Ethiopia. Hendenori Senpai. Japan. Soledad Torres. Mexico. Everyone get the idea? Yeah. All right. And so once we go through that, after we go through that, the judge will call up the court clerk who will administer the oath of allegiance. He's going to have all of you stand up, raise your right hand, and you're going to repeat after him. If you want to as well, in the pamphlet that you're given has the words for it, if it's easier for you to follow it that way. After the oath of allegiance is administered, the judge will say a few words, and then we'll conclude the naturalization ceremony. Some things to keep in mind as far as after the ceremony goes, you're all U.S. citizens, new naturalized U.S. citizens. Things that you want to be aware of as far as your interactions with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services is after you naturalize, you can petition for your parents, brothers, sisters, children, or spouses that are overseas. You can file a Form I-130, Petition of Alien Relative, and bring those individuals over to the United States as lawfully admitted permanent residents or green card holders. Another thing to keep in mind, if you have individuals as of today that are 18 or younger in your household, you can file an N-600 and follow the instructions on that, mail it in. You'll get a letter in the mail telling you the day and time to come to the Kansas City field office so that your child or children can get a certificate of citizenship based on your naturalization today. Outside of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, you're going to want to visit or do some things with some other government agencies. For example, the Social Security Administration recognizes you as residents. You're going to want to update your information with them so that it now shows that you're U.S. citizens. Also, a lot of you have Social Security Administration cards that say DHS work authorized only. You may want a new card that doesn't have that. With the United States Department of State, you're going to want to obtain a passport. There's applications along with the paperwork that was found on your seat. You're going to have to submit your original certificate of naturalization along with 2 photos, however much it costs, etc. And then they'll send you the passport by mail and return your certificate of naturalization. Lastly, if you want to participate in any local, state, or federal elections, you're going to have to register with the election board. Any questions? Last one made it? Okay. Since we're pretending this is court, even though it's just a building, I'm going to ask you to remove your hat, please. Thank you.
And if you have cell phones, would you please silence them or turn them off so that they will not go off during the ceremony, please?
Anyone have any questions? Congratulations to all of you.
States District Court for the District of Kansas is now in session. The Honorable John W. Lundstrom presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'm going to remove my mask because it's a little easier for me to speak that way, but I'll be very careful to maintain appropriate social distancing and the like. Good afternoon to all of you. Good to see you all here. The court is convened today in special session to conduct naturalization proceedings for those persons who desire to become and have shown themselves to be qualified to become new citizens of the United States. My name is John Lundstrom. I'm one of the judges of the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, and I sit here in Kansas City. Welcome to those of you who are here today and to those who are watching the live stream. We all regret that under current circumstances, it is not prudent for all of us to be gathered together in a big courtroom with family and friends and so on and so forth to conduct this important occasion. It is a very strange and disquieting time in which we are living, but the importance of this moment is in no way diminished by that. You may be interested to know that new citizens today follow very much the road to citizenship which has been taken by those who have come before you for more than 2 centuries. Since 1790, when the first naturalization law was passed by Congress, there's always been some sort of judicial proceeding as part of the naturalization process. The court is delighted to take part and to help make this a very special event in your lives, even though we have had to eliminate some of the ceremony which usually goes along with these proceedings. And on a personal note, I have to say that this is the best thing I get to do as a judge, because you are all here because you want to be here. A lot of times when I'm in my courtroom, the people who are there maybe don't want to be there so badly. And all of you are going to go away happy. And that rarely happens in a legal proceeding where one side wants one thing and another side wants something else. It's pretty unusual for everybody to go away happy. So this is nice to be able to be involved in a proceeding that has this much of a positive vibration to it. I do want to take just a moment to talk to you about the federal judiciary. The United States is one of the few countries in the world that has a judicial branch that is independent of the rest of the government. Our judges are bound to follow the law and their own consciences, but are not controlled by a king, a president, or a parliament. Once a federal judge is appointed and confirmed, he or she is part of a separate branch of government established by Article 3 of the Constitution, which is something I suspect you all well know because you've studied the Constitution to get to where you are today. This does not mean that judges should be arrogant or set themselves up as petty tyrants. The checks and balances of our constitutional system guard against that. Judges are accountable, but they do not and should not decide cases for personal gain or to win favor or to follow the orders of the party or person who appointed them. In this respect, our judicial system is the envy of the world. I am proud and humbled to be a part of that system under the Constitution which created it. Upon becoming new citizens today, I hope that you will reflect on the importance of the Constitution's establishment of an independent judiciary and that you will decide that it is a source of pride for you too. Well, without any further delay, let's move on to the important aspect of what we're here for today, and that is to get you all sworn in. And to begin all that, I'm going to call upon the naturalization examiner, Mr. Gil Mullen, to introduce our new citizens. Mr. Mullen?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. This afternoon, I would like to introduce 24 applicants for United States citizenship. These applicants come from 14 different countries. They have met the formal requirements imposed by law for United States citizenship. Upon taking the oath of allegiance, each will have the rights, the privileges, and the responsibilities of United States citizenship. As I call your name, please stand and say the country, and I'll say the country from which you come. Yi Cheyenne Yong, Malaysia. Bethlehem Zidu Beriha, Ethiopia. Hidenori Senpai, Japan. Soledad Torres, Mexico. Igor Vinicius Canedo, Brazil. Mohan Sai Kumar Yedhodi, India. Vikash Ramdam, Bhutan. Rishab Paraji Bhatt, India. Sapna Muraldhar Bhatt, India. Muraldhar Paraji Bhatt, India. Serge Osadji, Ukraine. Shadi Benedardlan, Iran. Mohsen Allen, Iran. Victor Manuel Fuentes, Mexico. Halal Tammi, Algeria. Hong Qiao, China. Karim Gidamsi, Algeria. Joseph Okade Benson, Nigeria. Drifa Talib, Algeria. Calvin James Stevenson, South Africa. Wendy Faye Stevenson, South Africa. Mark Johnson Stevenson, South Africa. Sai Fati Kamara, Sierra Leone. Abdulatif Bokinofa, Algeria. And this, Your Honor, is our class of applicants for this afternoon. At this time, the government moves that the oath of allegiance be administered to the prospective citizens of the United States, and that all petitions for change of name be granted.
Thank you very much. That motion should be and hereby is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And now for the purpose of administering the oath, let me recognize Mr. Jeff Hokanson, Deputy Clerk of Court for the United States District Court for the District of Kansas. Mr. Hokanson.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd ask that all that are able, please stand. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Thank you.
You may be seated. And let me be the first to congratulate you as new citizens of the United States. Give yourselves a hand. In taking the oath which you have just taken, I'm sure you are aware of the many freedoms and rights that those who first established this country, as well as those who have come after them, wanted so desperately when they came to America. In fact, these were summed up in the Declaration of Independence and became the framework of the Constitution and its first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. Because you've shown that you agree with the principles expressed in the Constitution, and you have pledged your oath to support and defend that great instrument, we are honored to bestow on you the same privileges as native-born Americans. I'm always awed by the fact that people come from all over the world with your own backgrounds, your own stories, your own histories, and have decided that what you want to do is to become a citizen of this country. I mean, I was born here through no act of my own, so I've been a citizen for almost 75 years now. But you all have gone through an awful lot of work to get to do that. And I feel just very proud that you want to do that. And so I thank you and appreciate very much the fact that you have taken this time and trouble to do it. I do hope that you're aware that your predecessors also brought their talents and energy just as you have. Through dedication and adherence to the same obligations and responsibilities expressed in the oath of allegiance you have taken, they molded this country into a land of freedom and liberty. May your new status as citizens bring you the joy and happiness it has brought those who have taken this momentous step before you. Always remember, of course, that with these rights and privileges now bestowed upon you as citizens go responsibilities, which all of us trust you will accept and discharge with courage and fidelity to what is now our country, the United States. You now join the citizens of this country, and through our combined efforts, I trust that we will make it an even better place in which to live. Those ideals, those principles which run through the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights are so important to what I think we value about this country. But they're not always easy to live up to. They're not always easy to make sure that they are in practice at all times. It takes all of us. It takes all of the citizens of the country to make sure that we live up to those ideals and to those principles. And I look forward to working with you to that end. I salute you. All of us salute you, and we wish you well. One other thing before I close, I understand that you've been provided information to be able to register to vote. Voting is one of the aspects of citizenship, along with serving on a jury, and I hope that maybe I'll get to have one of you on a jury in front of me someday, or working with me, I should really characterize it. But in the meantime, I hope you'll go ahead and register to vote and to vote. It is so important for you to exercise that right of citizenship, and I just hope you'll take the time to do it. Well, again, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to be part of this today, and court is now adjourned.
All rise. Thank you. The court stands in recess. Congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, what would you like to do? Okay. I have them.
Here, I can do it. I'll do it. I'll just do my hand.
Okay, sorry about that. You can take your mask off when you get a picture of it.
You got it here.
me to do something for you? Yes. What are you gonna bring over?
Yeah, I just put stuff on. Oh, no, you can take it off.
Let me just, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. You're welcome.
We don't have one anymore. We have, they're ours. Last two.
Oh, here, if you want more. That's the registration. Yeah. Oh, sir? About this way.
Borrow one of our cards. What happened? I'll grab it.
I know.
It's my brother's camera.
Are those someone's glasses?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Good job.
You're welcome. Are done. No more. Yes. Sir, are you guys putting chairs up?
What was that driver? Goodness.
Might not call you home. No, we got that.
You do?
Yeah, you guys know. Oh, no, yeah. Uh-huh, no problem.
Bob.
We can tear that paper off there too. We'll give it to the guard. We'll give it to the guard. We'll give it to the guards. Oh, we'll give it to the guards. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, take that out. Trash. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, that's yours.